And this is also demonstrated by the way we do things here. And I'm sure you have noticed that according to our invitation and the program, we were supposed to start at 10. So by 10 o'clock, we're already here. But I would like to request that once we start with our proceedings, we remain seated for the entire duration of the event. And in order to enhance the quality of our proceedings, we request that we switch off our cell phones or switch them to a silent mode for the entire duration of the event. And it's also a standard practice that when we have events of this nature, we should indicate to the audience in case you'd like to respond to the nature's call. As you walk out of this auditorium, if you turn to your left, you'll immediately notice the bathrooms. And I'm sure we are now ready to start with our proceedings, as I've already indicated, that this is the day that we have all been waiting for. And on this note, I would like to request that we all rise so that Univen Choir can lead us in the singing of the national anthem. Thank you so much, Univen Choir. Please take your seats. I should indicate that I observed something as the national anthem was being sung, that some of us were moving around the auditorium, and I'm sure we need some education that when the national anthem is being sung, we should stand still. So I am hopeful that in future we'll no longer find ourselves moving as and when the national anthem is being sung. I should also indicate that over the past 40 years, the University of Venda has established a sizable number of partnerships. And as such, there are a number of partners who would have loved to be part of this auspicious occasion, but due to the commitments elsewhere, they couldn't make it. And it is for this reason that provision has been made for this event to be live streamed. So this implies that there are other people who are not here, but who are able to follow the proceedings online. So on that note, I should also indicate that in case of emergency, there are quite a number of exit points. So I would like to encourage the audience to ensure that we use the different exit points marked, and there are also assembly points outside the auditorium. So on that note, I would like to take this opportunity and invite the chairperson of the University of Venda Council, Mr. Junius Licheta, who will come and deliver his opening and welcome address. So let's put our hands together as we welcome the chairperson of council.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. In my opening remarks, I want to make special recognition to the following people. My original opening was going to welcome the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni. He's since apologized. I want to welcome the following people: Vice-Chancellor, Advocate Mujangu Gumbi, Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, members of the Council of University of Venda, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Teaching and Learning, Professor Jen Crawford, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Corporate Services, Dr. Robert Martin, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Nosisi Feza, the University Registrar, Advocate Edward Lambani, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Botre Krasia, Chair of the UIGC Board, Tovela Masia, Senior Management of the University, the Professoriate, academic staff, and students, the SRC President, members of the Student Representative Council, President of the Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi, members of the Convocation, Univen retired staff, I've seen some of them here, Univen alumni, NRF CEO, Professor Nolifeto Nelubondo, Fundi CEO, CEOs and representatives from different sectors, Executive Mayor of Venda District Municipality, Councillor Duelani Degumguda, mayors of local municipalities, chancellors, chairs of council and vice chancellors from sister universities and colleges, and those who have previously held offices at this university. representatives from District Departments of Education, royal and religious leaders, honorary doctorate recipients, university stakeholders from business, government, funders, donors, sponsors, civil society, the faith sector, and our communities, local and international partners, Univen friends, media practitioners, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for being part of this prestigious event when the University of Venda is celebrating 40 years of existence. This event was preceded by a series of events which were intended to build up today's event. The University of Venda has, over the past 4 decades, established itself as one of the best universities in South Africa. Over the past 4 decades, the University of Venda has produced generations of great scholars and outstanding leaders, some of whom are in our midst today. Univen has made it one of its strategic success to establish partnerships with both locally and internationally. It is for this reason that this morning we are blessed by the presence of local and international partners. It is also not surprising to know that Univen is capable of attracting talents from all over the world. A variety of cultures and on campus provide added value to international students in terms of enriching their cultural experience. As the university, we aspire not only to serve South African communities, but also to be the education hub of the region. It has been 40 years of a fulfilling journey for the University of Venda, and I take this opportunity this morning to express my excitement about it. I'm hoping all of you are equally excited. We've entered this important development stage, and we need to reflect on our milestones. Despite all our achievement, it is vital to conduct an introspection to ensure that we continue to play a truly meaningful role in the society. The university has done considerably well in terms of responding to the national imperatives. We are pleased to be able to share during this celebration milestone and important moments achieved over the past 40 years. The University of Venda Council pledges to continue playing the role of providing stewardship, guidance, and oversight to university management as per our mandate. To my fellow council members, I express my gratitude to you for your tireless effort in offering guidance to different committees of council. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate all our stakeholders and ministers of higher education, science, innovation for the unremitting support and commitment in making sure that we remain true to realizing the University of Venda vision of leading in engaged scholarship, and we are today witnessing the university's management initiative to position the university for its relevance and impact. 2 weeks ago, we received good news that Univen is ranked in the top 50 universities in South Africa by higher education, by Times Higher Education, which is a great achievement to all. I think we deserve a clap of hands. We are delighted to see so many of our stakeholders join us this morning to celebrate with us. On behalf of the University of Venda Council and the entire university community, I thank you almost sincerely for your continued support. It is because of your support that we will continue to scale to greater heights of success. We pledge to keep our focus on improving the welfare of staff and students by providing quality teaching and learning, as well as research and community engagement. I've seen over the number of years that I've been involved with the university, the level at which this has improved and increased. On this happy occasion, ladies and gentlemen, may I therefore invite all of you, including those who are following the proceedings online, to wish the University of Venda every success in its future endeavors. Once again, a very welcome to all of you. Share the celebration with us. I thank you all.
Is there any harm if you can clap until such time the chairperson of council reaches his seat? So there we are. It clearly demonstrates that we are in a celebration mood. So thank you so much once again, Chairperson of Council, Mr. Junius Licheta. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to view a video about some of the Investor Venda achievements. The video is 8 minutes long. Thank you.
For 40 years, the University of Venda has empowered and transformed a global community of learners and leaders. Established in 1982, when the majority of staff members were white, its people fought against all odds to create an environment suitable for new ideas and for change. Founded within the historical social context of South Africa, the university has developed over the past 40 years into an independent tertiary learning and research institution. The strength of the organization lies in the leadership that has contributed enormously to the development of today's forward-looking Univen.
The University of Venda was established in 1982, but the precursor to that was in 1981 when the former Homeland leader sort of engaged with the then apartheid government for the campus to be established here, which then came as the department of the University of the North then. And then ever since it developed into the University of Venda.
One of the most important, second important things for us as a university council is ethical leadership. And how do we establish ethical leadership? Through social accountability. One of the instruments that we have at the start of each meeting, a council member must declare their own interest. We call it declaration of interest. The second one that we do is most of our council members serve on the subcommittees of council. In that way, then they're able to have a thorough understanding of some of the processes or issues that we have been discussing, and they're then, in a way, able to indulge and get us indulged with them in understanding the business of the university.
Univen conferred 44 doctoral degrees in 2019, the highest number ever produced by the university. One candidate received a doctoral degree co-badged with the University of Toulouse in France. With more than 3,000 qualifications conferred in 2019, the university continues to grow to play a huge impact in people's lives. Over the 4 decades of its existence, the university has produced many graduates who hold positions of responsibility and influence in political, corporate, and society in general.
In line with the university's new strategy to position itself for relevance and impact, Univen has finalized its spatial review plan. This plan has, with stakeholder engagement, ensured that the infrastructural needs of the university is aligned to ensure the achievement of our strategic objectives.
We provide all sorts of programs, sporting activities to ensure that indeed there is interaction among students. Either they are attracted to similar sports, or some want to know new things and they begin to know each other.
As a result of its inspiring and hardworking research teams, the University of Venda has been recognized on both a national and international level. One of the awards was the Golden Arrow Award, the highest award in the category of institutions of higher learning during the PMR Africa Limpopo Provincial Survey Business Excellence Awards. The awards are the culmination of a research process in which companies and institutions are rated based on respondents' perceptions. The rating has a strong focus on evaluating and measuring customer service as well as customer satisfaction.
We are working with the royalties in the villages, and the royalties and ourselves have agreements that are formal, where we work with farmers, where we recently had an engagement where we were reflecting on the work, because our dream is to have Thohoyandou as a smart city, but also it has to start with the smart villages, because the villages have to be economically savvy for them, therefore, to push the smart city.
I always say to anyone or young people that if you have survived in Univen, you can survive anywhere in the world, whether it's New York or it's Hong Kong or any part of South Africa, because of the life skills that you learn, not only education. So it has really influenced my thinking, the shape and the type of leader I am today.
During my university years, it has been a mixed bag, the most challenging of times and also the best of times. I have made friends with people that we had same ambitions, people that were very zealous in achieving academic excellency and progress, and that has propelled me to work hard in also achieving my own degree, which was BCom Economics.
One achievement that is of note and very dear to me is the SAICA accreditation, which I also attended the celebration. It is an achievement that is really inspiring and giving hope to those students who really want to follow the CASA profession in this country. The university embraces societal issues and it remains relevant. It also has grown in such a way that it became a very strategic national asset that is contributing significantly to the higher education industry.
With multi-million rand government support for infrastructural development enhanced by the university's self-generated funds, the renovation and expansion of its national educational asset are firmly on track. The present university leadership has embarked on capital campaigns to raise funds for infrastructure development.
When the University of Venda started, it had to make use of the infrastructure of the old Dimani Agricultural School, and it could literally only house about 200 students. However, in the late 80s, there was a spurt of infrastructure development, and by the early 90s, the university had 5,000 students, and in fact, the infrastructure of the university at that time could comfortably accommodate 5,000 students. However, the early 90s saw a huge demand for access to higher education in South Africa, and the university was under a lot of pressure to increase student numbers quite rapidly.
Following the advent of democracy in 1994, and
it involves the municipality in which the university is situated, and it also involves our sponsors and our donors, and also all the different stakeholders who actually help us in the delivery of the academic project that we are running. So all of these people have an interest in making sure that the financial arm of the university is run properly.
I would like to see a little more integration into the African continent in terms of output, and that should also include our staff complement, so that we're able to work together to build the Africa that we want, which can take its place in the global world. So that is also my wish for the university, but importantly, we cannot do that without resources. So I will work with the university to make sure that this university doesn't remain on the margins when other so-called big universities get all the resources. I think it's important for universities as good as this university is to get the same support that universities in Johannesburg and Cape Town get in order for it to fulfill its mission as a very important part of our region in SADC.
The university aligned its vision and mission at every stage of transformation to meet the local, regional, national, continental, and international needs of the community. In the course of this transformation, significant changes were made in administrative governance. It also attracted better qualified staff members, which resulted in an improved student profile. By providing a problem-orientated, project-based curriculum and nurturing underprepared students into nationally competitive graduates, the university has established itself as a national asset. As a result, the university has become an important player in the South African higher education landscape, contributing significantly to the country's and the region's human capital development needs. For 40 years, the university
Thank you so much, Univen Choir. I think they deserve another round of applause. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that this indeed confirms that life begins at 40. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on with our program, I would like to take this opportunity and invite to the podium the University of Venda Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, who will come and share with us how the University of Venda has evolved. So let's put our hands together as we welcome the Vice-Chancellor to the podium.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Takalani Zaga. The MEC of Limpopo Department of Education, Ms. Mavungu Luroli Ramakany. The MEC of Limpopo Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Mr. Rogers Monama. The Deputy Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature and also the Chairperson of the ANC in the Vembe region, Mr. Chitereke Matibe, the Executive Mayor of the Vembe District Municipality, Councillor Dowerani Nenguda, the Mayor of Tulamela Local Municipality, Councillor Sarah Rambuda, the Mayor of Collins Chabane Local Municipality, Councillor R.R. Shilenge, the Mayor of Musina Local Municipality, Councillor Nkanezeni Godfrey Mawere, the Chancellor of the University of Venda, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, the Chairperson of Council of the University of Venda, Mr. Genius Lichet, our esteemed senior royal leadership present, Watobere Mairo Sumba Kennedy, Media Chivas, Watobere Ntumeni Masia, Watobere Gore Musiwa Mpapul, Watobere Kosi Woramoba, and Sintumure Traditional Council led by ML Sintumure and the entire delegation. Wosinkulu Njaga III, Advocate H.S. Mukari, the former Chairperson of Council of the University of Venda, Mr. Sirovi Maja, former Deputy Chairperson of Council of the University of Venda, Mr. Shumani Rawanzo, Chairperson of Council of Sifako Makato Health Sciences University, Ms. Maria Rambaul, and the Member of Council, Dr. Joannis Chiflar. Former Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, Professor Geslan Kondo. Current and former members of the University of Venda Council, the outgoing Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg, Professor Chilizima Rwara, the Director General in the Department of Science and Innovation, Dr. Philemon Mujaha, the Chairperson of Council of the University of Mpumalanga, Professor David Mawunda, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Sarah Musweta, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Research Foundation, Dr. Furufero Nerwamondo, the Chief Executive Officer of the University of South Africa, Dr. Peti Wematutu, the Chief Executive Officer of Baranani, Mr. David Mabiru, the Chief Executive Officer of the Bank Sita, Mr. Hubert Mashabane, the Chief Executive Officer of the FACET, Ms. Ayanda Mafuleka, the SABC General Manager Limpopo Kombo, Mr. Madika Namachila, the Deputy Director General for Socio-Economic Innovation Partnerships from the Department of Science and Innovation, Dr. Mboneni Muope, our international guest from the University of Virginia in the United States of America, Professor Jay Schaff, the former MEC of Transport and the former Speaker of Limpopo Provincial Government, Dr. Chinwani Farisani, the former Vice-Chancellor and Principal of Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Dr. Prince Nebutaru, the former Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research and Academic Affairs at the University of Limpopo, Professor Mbuzeni Sibara, the Chairman of Black Leopards Football Club, Mr. David TDL, the Chairperson of Limpopo Black Management Forum, Mr. Mpo Mutsei, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Teaching and Learning at the University of Venda, Professor Jan Crawford, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Corporate Services at the University of Venda, Dr. Robert Martin, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research and Postgraduate Studies at the University of Venda, Professor Nosisi Feza, the Registrar of the University of Venda, Advocate Edward Rambani, the Chief Financial Officer of the University of Venda, Mr. Botwe Krazia, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, Professor Warwa Kanyane, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education of the University of Venda, Professor Wongani Bantwini, the Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, Engineering and Agriculture of the University of Venda, Professor J.J. Odiambo, the Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Venda, Professor Chilizi Morauzi, the CEO and the Principal of the Wembe Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Ms. Basani Klekani, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Teaching and Learning at the University of Limpopo, Professor R.N. Madaje, former Registrar of the University of Venda, Mr. Kuliso Nembazibanani, the former Director of Marketing, Branding and Communication of the University of Venda, Mr. R. Karija, Kenya Education Attaché, Mr. Adan Mohamed Ibrahim, the Chief Executive Officer of the Univen Innovative Growth Company, Dr. John Mudau, the current and former presidents of the University of Venda Student Representative Council, current and former members of the University of Venda Student Representative Council, the President of the Convocation of the University of Venda, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi, the former presidents and members of the Convocation of the University of Venda, the Chairperson of the University of Venda Institutional Forum, Ms. Mushoni Murauzi, and the past and present members of the forum, our esteemed religious leaders, Dr. Pastor Maxwell Masakona of the Calvary Church, Bishop Sophie Korombi of the Charis Missionary Church, Pastor A.G. Ndo of the Full Gospel Church, and Pastor Selina Takaran. My wife and partner, Mrs. Ruzani Nthambeleni, university stakeholders, funders, donors, and sponsors, local and international partners of the University of Venda, University of Venda Senior Management Committee, University of Venda alumni, University of Venda staff and students, media practitioners, our virtual guests, all invited guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ndi machero abushe dumela. Chancellor of the University of Venda, thank you for giving me this opportunity to address guests at this auspicious occasion as we celebrate a significant milestone in the evolution of the University of Venda. We're indeed happy and delighted that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this celebration. Program Director, anniversaries are opportune moments to take stock of the road traversed, to reflect on the decisions made and the detours we have taken during our journey. They are also an opportunity to pay tribute to those that have laid a foundation of our journey and eased our burdens and lifted our spirits along the way. It is also a moment to celebrate the milestones that are achieved and to reflect on the hurdles that lies ahead. The University of Venda occupies a unique space in the post-school education and training sector of our country, South Africa. Situated in the fast-growing town of Thohoyandou, in the scenic Bembe district of Limpopo province, which is an UNESCO-declared Bembe Biosphere Reserve, the University of Venda is one of the 2 universities in the world that is located in the Biosphere Reserve. As per our location, the University of Venda shares borders with 3 SADC countries, namely Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Botswana. The University of Venda was established as a branch of the then University of the North on the 18th of February 1981. The university has come a long way to be where it is today. Some milestones are worth remembering in the journey we have traversed over the last 40 years. As we celebrate this 40th anniversary, it is befitting to pay homage to our forerunners who shared a vision of an educated nation. For without their foresight, there will not be a University of Venda to speak of. The team that has put the vision of the late Kosikuru Patrick Ramanompepu, the then president of the Venda Bantustan homeland, into reality included amongst others the following: Mr. E.R.B. Nesangani, Mr. J.N. Rwambi, Mr. E.E. Maimera, Dr. M.H. Nemuzivade, Professor M.E.R. Mativa, Mr. J.T. Makado, Mr. J.H. Conradi, Mr. J.F. Grove, and Professor J.C. Steenkamp. It is on the back of their hard work that we now have a University of Venda. But there are also other men and women of high standing who have facilitated and contributed to the development of this university. Upon its establishment, the University of Venda was excluded in terms of the then South African Black States Constitution Act of 1971. The University of Venda's status as a branch of the University of the North changed when the former Bantustan Parliament of Venda passed the University of Venda Act on the 6th of November 1981. However, at its inception, the nationalist government made no provision for the establishment grant for the university, for the construction of the buildings and the purchase of the essential equipment that are needed for the smooth running of the university. To sustain the university financially, the then Venda Bantustan government applied for a loan from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, since the university was not supported by the apartheid government in the same manner as other South African universities of higher learning at the time. The initial location, geographic location of the proposed university, as identified by the then Venda Bantustan government, was supposed to have been a vacant land on the Punda Maria Road leading to Kruger National Park. However, those tasked with planning were overtaken by a white trader who moved and established a brick-making project at that earmarked piece of land. The University of Venda opened its doors and commenced its academic programs in 1982 in the buildings and the grounds of the then Dimani Agricultural High School, which was later relocated to a different site to accommodate the University of Venda's operations. Having started from the humble beginnings with 177 students who had been originally enrolled with the University of the North, today the University of Venda is providing intellectual home to more than 15,000 students per annum. Thank you. Program Director, of these 177 students, I would like to recognize the following 4 people who are now university staff members, who were the first group of students to enroll at the University of Venda. And their names is as follows: Mr. Fatuani Sumbana, who's in the Faculty of Science; Mr. Manda Ligaba Mbelengwa, also in the same faculty; Dr. Marubini Mukwevo, in the Faculty of Commerce and Management; and Mr. Mfariseni Legudu, who registered in the 2nd year of the university establishment. Mr. Legudu is currently the Univen Deputy Registrar and was the first person to ascend the stage during the first graduation ceremony in 1985. There are also many, many more former students of the same class that graduated in 1985 that I'm aware they are part of the proceedings here today. And maybe just by your show of hands, just to acknowledge you, to recognize you. Those who, thank you, I can see here Dr. Chifularo, I can see my colleagues over there. Thank you so much. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. In its formative years, the University of Venda only offered basic degrees and diplomas in arts, education, and administration. The purpose of education back then, especially for education for black people, was in the main to prepare them for public service. And around 1985, the University of Venda established the Faculty of Agriculture after a benchmarking process with the University of Pretoria, University of Witwatersrand, and the University of the North. In 1988 and 1995, the faculties of Health Sciences and Environmental Sciences were also established. Like other historical black universities in South Africa, the University of Venda was established to serve black people, particularly the Venda-speaking people. The university was intended to be a homeland institution to train administrators and civil servants. From the apartheid government's viewpoint, the university was viewed as an important institution for the upgrading of teachers' academic qualifications and to provide an educated elite with managerial skills necessary for the emergence of entrepreneurs who will establish manpower needs to assist in the development of Venda Bantustan homeland in the fields of agriculture and business. The intention of the apartheid planners was to make a Bantustan institution, primarily serving the population of the Venda homeland. Other ethnic groups from the surrounding areas were to be admitted only after the quota of the Venda-speaking people had been filled. The entire management, administrative, and teaching staff of the university was dominated by white staff, with only few blacks as junior lecturers and teaching assistants. Even the first council of the University of Venda was dominated by white men, with only 4 black people on that particular council. Program director, over the 4 decades of its existence, the University of Venda benefited from a range of different leadership styles. Some of these leaders left legacies that have changed the university immensely. The university has had about 5 vice-chancellors and principals, namely Professor T.L. de Koning, Professor Duplessis, Professor Gesla Nkondo, Professor Mbati, and the current Vice-Chancellor. The University of Venda was also served by 4 acting Vice-Chancellors and principals over that period, namely Dr. Ndoro Vera, Professor M.P. Moila, Professor E.K. Lukaimane, and Dr. Jim Liat. Over these 4 decades, 6 chancellors served the University of Venda, namely Mr. E.R.B. Nesengani, Mr. Z. Mutsila, Dr. Walter Sisulu, current President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, and Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, who is the first female Chancellor of the University of Venda. On the governance side, the following 9 individuals serve as the chairpersons of the University of Venda Council, namely Mr. A.J. Berger, Professor P.C. Muhokong, Professor T.J. Mariba, Professor Eskiam Patlele, Professor Bani Pichana, Justice Yvonne Muhoro, Ms. Sheli Mabusela, Mr. Sirobi Maja, and the current chairperson, Mr. Genius Lichet. The advent of democracy in 1994 and the new leadership at the helm of this university led to an accelerated transformation. During this period, the university made impressive progress on several areas, including the infrastructure provision, the laying of foundations for good governance, and increased teaching and research output, just to name a few. The University of Venda did not escape the debate in the year 2000 on the size and shape of universities that led to the mergers of universities and changing of technicons into University of Technologies, which also presented a serious challenge for the future and standing of the University of Venda. Along the way, other like Professor Gesla Nkondo, Prof. Bani Pichana, the council and the student leadership fought bitterly to prevent the merger of the University of Venda. Throughout its existence, the University of Venda student leadership base has always played a very active role in the management of the university. And over the years, the Student Representative Council is represented at the highest level of decision-making at the university, both in Senate and also in Council. And that's quite a very progressive move by the university. Program Director, the university humble beginnings also meant that it did not have the appropriate infrastructure and adequate resources befitting a proper university. The university operated without a proper library for years after when it was established. It was not until 1986, upon the completion of the library, that the students could have an access to a better resourced library facility. It is important to note that the infrastructural program of the university happened in 3 phases. And the first phase was comprised by the revamping of the inherited Dimani Agricultural High School infrastructure as Block C to accommodate our classes. The second phase of the infrastructure development was financed through the loan sourced by the then Bantustan government from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, during which the A and D block lecture halls, the mathematical and natural sciences building, and the university library, as well as this auditorium, were developed. The third phase, which happened after 2008, was marked by the massive infrastructure development, and this was funded largely by the Democratic Government Recovery Plan. This phase saw the extension of the then School of Environmental Sciences building, the E-block lecture halls, and the new Life Science and Chemistry building, which constitute major initiatives in the upgrading and modernizing the learning environment. The past 12 years has literally been a construction site here at Univen. The bricks and mortar have been put to great use, and there is a visible infrastructure that is growing and that is also developed as we move at the campus. And for that, we want to thank our government for supporting that cause. Chancellor, I must convey our special gratitude to both Minister Dr. Blaine Zimande and Dr. Pando for their great support to this university. It was during their tenure as the Ministers of Education and the Minister of Higher Education and Training, respectively, that this university received much needed infrastructure funding from government. The campus has grown in infrastructure and facilities for our staff and students. Decent student accommodation has been built, and currently plans are underway to improve and add lecture halls, staff offices, extension of the main administration building, and the various staff and student amenities. We are also pleased that this morning, as we mark this 40 years celebration, the Chancellor of the University of Venda, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, officially opened 3 much-needed completed infrastructural projects: the new office block to house the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education, and the 16 blocks of students' accommodation, both wholly funded by DHET. We are making good progress to complete the Health Sciences Building project as part of the last reprioritized projects, which will be completed by the end of April 2023. Chancellor, we are most appreciative and grateful for the support we are receiving from the department, much more the DSI and also the DHET in this university. In the year 2002, the Department of Education in South Africa mandated the University of Venda to transform into a comprehensive university that offers careers, academic, and vocationally focused programs. As one of the 6 comprehensive universities in South Africa, the University of Venda continually strives to deliver teaching, research, and community engagement of the highest quality for our citizens. As per our 2023-2025 enrollment plan, our total student head count for both undergraduate and postgraduate students for 2022 was expected to reach 17,600. The University of Venda topped the list among the comprehensive universities in the country, with the highest head count enrollment numbers in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and health sciences. "45% of our total student enrollment head count is in the Faculty of Science, Engineering, Agriculture, and Health Sciences. 35% is enrolled in the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science, and Education. 20% is enrolled in the Faculty of Management, Commerce, and Law. Our ministerial target for academic staff with PhD in 2022 was 40%. And currently, 44% of our academic staff have PhDs. And the university participates in 7 staff doctoral programs funded jointly by the Department of Higher Education and Training and international partners through the University Staff Development Program. And in addition, the University of Venda has, since its inception of the new generation of academics program, what we call NGAP, by the Department of Higher Education and Training, at a full uptake of its annual allocation of the DHET funding to appoint the junior staff pursuing their PhDs under the NGAP program. Our academic staff with doctoral qualification of 44% is slightly above the national average of 38% in the higher education sector. With the creation of the position of and the appointment of the Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research and Postgraduate Studies, we are exploring ways to provide targeted support and academic capacity development through the National Research Foundation to take a rating track to assist our academic staff with PhDs to move from emerging researchers to established researchers. Also, the number of our National Research Foundation rated researchers continues to grow. These rated researchers contribute in a very significant way to the research output of the university. Over the past few years, the University of Venda has seen a substantial increase in the research outputs. Our research output per academic staff member has also increased. Our student throughputs and pass rates compare favorably with other universities in the country. The University of Venda has not only created conducive environment for our future leaders of society to learn the good lessons, but also created a vibrant intellectual space for our students to be relevant locally and competitive globally, as articulated in our 2025 strategic plan. We continue to provide best tertiary education and produce quality graduates capable to compete with their peers both locally and internationally. The University of Venda contributes enormously to the socio-economic development not only of our province but also to the entire country by producing well-rounded graduates. Many of our graduates occupy strategic leadership positions in both private and public sector in the county. The last 40 years has seen Univen producing graduates who went to occupy influential positions in the society, be in academia, public service, sports, politics, and civil society. Our alumni are bright stars, illuminating the path and future of the South African society and the world. I think of people like Professor Azwindini Muronga, the Dean of Faculty of Science at Nelson Mandela University, Professor Fulufelo Netswera, the Dean of Management Sciences at Durban University of Technology, and others who have passed through the corridors of this university. Mr. Ronald Lamula, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Advocate Mashabane, the Director General in the same department, as well as Justice Chifiwa Maumera, the Judge of the North Gauteng High Court, are also product of this university. The CEO of PricewaterhouseCoopers South Africa, Ms. Shirley Mashaba, also passed through these corridors. Dr. Mboneni Muofe, the Deputy Director General in the Department of Science and Innovation, and Professor Sylvester Mpandeli, an Executive Manager at the Water Research Commission, are also Univen alumnus. Some of the leading political analysts in South Africa today, such as Mr. Prince Mashele and Dr. Levindo, studied here also. The Director General of the Department of Home Affairs, Dr. Tommy Makode, Dr. Katuchel Ronald Todani, an Executive Director at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., Advocate Edward Ambani, the Registrar of the University of Venda, and many more alumnus of this great institution are holding important positions in the country and also elsewhere in the world. We are also proud to be part of Ms. Kutatso Munjane on a journey to become the first black women wheelchair tennis player to compete at the Wimbledon. These and 1,000 others thank you so much. These and 1,000 others that I've not mentioned continue to hoist the University of Venda flag high in the society. And that is the legacy of this university. As per our motto of creating future leaders, there is no sector in this county where you will not encounter a Univen graduate. My office often receives accolades about the quality of our law graduates by the Judge President of the Mpumalanga Division of the High Court and the Judge of the Limpopo Division of the High Court. We also receive very good messages from the platinum mines in the county and also in the province about our environmental scientists that we have trained over the years. Program Director, the University of Venda is a well-managed institution of higher learning which follow prudent financial management. And for the past 7 years, the University of Venda continued to receive unqualified audit reports by the Auditor General South Africa. And that's a very, very good point to note. Allow me, as I conclude, to highlight some of the key notable achievements by the University of Venda in the recent years. In July this year, our Vuani Science Resource Center, led by Dr. Eric Maruta, won the prestigious 2021-2022 NSTF South 32 Award in the Science Communication, competing with university as follows: Nelson Mandela University, University of Pretoria, the South African Astronomical Observatory, University of Witwatersrand, University of the Western Cape, and the University of Stellenbosch. Also, a few months ago, the South African Medical Research Council, the MRC, has made a substantial grant award for the establishment of the extramural unit for the antimicrobial resistance and global health research at the University of Venda. The University, yes, you can clap, the University of Cape Town and the University of Johannesburg were the three institutions selected along with the University of Venda to establish this extramural unit following the MRC review process. The University of Venda extramural unit is led by our rated researcher and academic, Professor Pascal Besson, who has the HIV/AIDS and Global Health Research Program here at the University of Venda. Through this award, the University of Venda will support the strategic objectives of the Medical Research Council in the domain of the antimicrobial resistance, and the team from Univen, which comprises the virologists, bacteriologists, biomathematicians, infectious diseases, epidemiologists, and clinical psychologists, and global health experts, working with the national and the international partners and collaborators, will be the key to achieve this objective of this grant for the university. Our LLB degree qualification received a full accreditation following the Council on Higher Education National Review of the LLB qualification offering in South African universities. So all universities in the country were reviewed. And I'm glad to report to you that our qualification was re-accredited without much more bigger changes. Whilst we have noted in other universities, they were promised that if they cannot change, they will lose their qualification. So we're quite very happy that we're able to maintain that qualification. On the 26th of November 2021, following the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement between the University of Venda and the Law Society of South Africa, the Univen School for Legal Practice was established. And this is an important milestone. The School for Legal Practice offers practical legal training to recently qualified LLB graduates that are drawn largely from the University of Venda School of Law. While currently catering largely for the local population, the school intends to attract students from all over South Africa. And the Univen School of Legal Practice offers this practical legal training in the evening. So for those of you who have completed your LLB degree, you can come here for those classes to be admitted or qualify for admission as attorneys. Our Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning received an accreditation by the South African Council of Planners. Our BCom Accounting degree received an accreditation by SAICA, and our BCom Accounting students can now compete and complete their degree here at the University of Venda without moving to University of Johannesburg as it was the case in the past. So our students can be able to complete their degree here for BCom Accounting. This morning, my office received a letter from the Department of Higher Education and Training advising that our postgraduate diploma in accounting, what we call the CTA, has received a full accreditation from SAICA and CHE. The university will be offering this qualification as from 2024. Students who qualify with their postgraduate diploma in accounting science will be allowed to register for SAICA ITC exam to qualify as chartered accountants. Our program qualification mix consists only of the DHET approved, CHE accredited, and SAQA registered qualifications offered to our students at the University of Venda. We have produced performance management systems and developed an automated performance management processes which has been rolled out to the entire university. Univen is one of the first universities in South Africa to introduce the facial recognition technology for access control, and we aim to introduce this technology as a tool to also monitor class attendance by students. Again, we are a pioneer in this space. We successfully implemented our first-year student biographical questionnaire project after partnering with the University of Witwatersrand to build our institutional research data analytics and to enhance our students' graduateness and also their success. Our researchers are making strides in innovation. We now have 11 complete registered patents in the different fields, including health, engineering, and management sciences. We developed a framework for monitoring and reporting with streamlined, documented performance reporting processes. As part of our community engagement program, the University of Venda signed a memorandum of agreement with 9 traditional councils in the Venda district. We are busy establishing business centers in our local communities, starting in Makado Crossing Mall. And these business centers will be open for local people to go there to be assisted in opening their business, filing their tax return free of charge. We have also acquired a piece of land in Makado local municipality, and we are moving on with plans to establish a University of Venda satellite campus in Makado, Louis Richard. For 2 years in a row, 2021 and 2022, Univen won the Diamond Arrow Award following the PMR Africa Limpopo survey. Univen was rated the best institution of higher learning based on the random rating using provincial sample of 150 respondents, comprising of the chief executive officers, managing directors, directors of companies, including senior government officials that are based in Limpopo province. According to the Broadcast Research Council of South Africa, audience that measure the audience and measure how people are receiving the radio stations, the Univen FM is ranked #1 campus-based radio station here in the province. Just a few months ago, CEDA has approved and is funding our request to establish a Univen Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation Center here on campus. The center will be open for local businessmen and women, not only for students, but also for local businessmen and women. And since 2019, several major infrastructural projects to support the academic program were completed. Among these are the 18 new blocks of students' residencies, the new student affairs building, the phase 1 and the phase 2 education block, the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education offices, and the multimedia building. I'm pleased to report that the University of Venda's entities, such as the UIGC, are showing signs of maturity. The UIGC is a group of companies with a staffing personnel of almost 500. The UIGC's contribution towards the national agenda, particularly the job creation opportunities, is unparalleled. The UIGC was established as a commercial entity in 2010 by the university management with a sole mandate to raise the third stream income for the university. Just in the last 2 years, the UIGC group of companies had successfully registered a telecommunication company called the UIGC Connect. The UIGC Connect obtained the ICASA licenses for both build and operate network infrastructure, and the companies also secured the waylifts from all 4 local municipalities here in the Venda district for the purposes of building network infrastructure. As we speak, the UIGC Connect and its partner is laying out fiber to homes throughout Thohoyandou. The internet access points are also being laid out throughout the busy areas in Thohoyandou for the purposes of providing public Wi-Fi to communities. About 6,000 students who reside in the accredited off-campus residences are provided with a free Wi-Fi connectivity through this UIGC Connect. In 2020, the University of Venda won the InterVarsity Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education and Higher Education competition. The Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education is a USAF-run program which identifies and recognizes top students entrepreneurs in all South African 26 public universities. So we are also pleased about that particular achievement, being a university that won that particular award. Program Director, we are also very pleased to learn about the annual ranking report by the Times Higher Education of the world top universities that showed that the University of Venda has been ranked as one of the best 15 universities in South Africa. The challenge ahead of us is to do more and better than we have done so far. Our path is upward and there is no room for regression. I thank you.
I'm so excited about that. You didn't wait for me to guide you to continue clapping your hands until the VC reaches its seat. Thank you so much for that. And once again, thank you so much, Vice-Chancellor and Principal, for sharing with us such comprehensive information about how the University of Venda has evolved. And I should also indicate that the Vice-Chancellor and Principal has consistently mentioned about the issue of entrepreneurship, and I should indicate that one of the 2021-2025 University of Venda strategic plan thrusts is an entrepreneurial university. And as an entrepreneurial university, we want our staff and students to be indulged in entrepreneurial zest. So, and I am sure that my DVC Corporate Services is happy about that because it's very passionate about that. So I think as the University of Venda, we deserve a very big round of applause. So one other issue that I wanted to highlight when the VC talked about the first group of students who registered with the University of Venda in 1982, I thought I should indicate that whatever the VC was talking about is based on evidence. And in case of uncertainty, I thought it's important to share with you this program. This is the first program of the first graduation, which took place on the 22nd of June, 1985. Thank you so much. As we move on with our program, I would like to invite Kefas Mahotoma, who will come and render a poem. Kefas, over to you.
Furu sa boraro ke lolobita yo monthalletsa ba o tsala ke ndona motho wa botsele ka morao le ya se thapeng ka yana e matshila ke sekwe yola yo linobe ke re ngwana o belegwe mengwa e khore 14 na musilva tshangwana bebiwa kale kale uva ngwa wa 1982 le tjatsi le tlhabile toropong kholo ya Thoyandong ba re yelele itanka mo ka re khobokaneng ka fase ya mowa wa Univene ba khakolo le ba khala ba tjile ka makatana mana o ta uka sibiletswa gomme ba ile ba tsebisha gore ngwana go belegwe go mota thego leina la University of Venda ke ra yona University ya Mafaratata hena ko ile tsisutelana ka mengwa ga matjatsi le digwedi ngwana o ile a beta le ruta itša mapanta borra molao ma teacher le doctor bona batho ba betile mo university ya Venda University ya Mafaratata ayelele. It is an African university. That's why I will forever say, loko kuri mina sike fukini nyumini nzavuko wa mina. Zirinzita fanzi karizi kloko vesela nzavuko wa mina. Nitsunzuke marito ya sira roli tata Nelson Mandela loko ako. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant could become a doctor. Ayelele University ya Mafaratata. Zino na musi shangola tela Afrika chipembelo takala uvanjelele usika makarela ifi uko farela Univene pezi It is not in the land, it's in the person. They came from the west, going the east, looking for it. And while jumping the Zambezi River of Zimbabwe, they found it in a person. They found Dr. Nthambeleni Namolambani leading it with prosperity, success, and dignity. Ayelele! Hilembera 1982 makumembiri wa magidi ya babarangeri bamachaba kongoma e University of Venda uyalusana na mfumo wa balungu lowu awulabi mane na mane wa nhlonge ya ntima afamba akhomele buku ya ngoyi halala University ya Mafaratata la kita boela morao nna makutoma sa taboragadi ya dipholofolo boragadi ba mmuta le phulufulu sa boraro ke lolobite yo monthalletsa ba o tsala ke ndona motho wa botsele ka morao le ya se thapeng ka yana matshila ke se go yola yoli no Mushate.
Local is lekker. I should indicate that Kefas is one of our students. So let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much. We are now moving on with our program, and we are going to receive congratulatory messages from different speakers. And as indicated at the beginning of this event, that we have a number of partners, but it is practically impossible for us to make provision for all the partners to be part of the program. I would therefore like to make an appeal to all those who are going to deliver congratulatory messages to stick to the allocated 4 minutes. So on that note, I would like to call the following 3 first speakers to come to the fore. The President of the SRC, who will speak on behalf of the university students, Mr. Gudani Chamano, Mr. Ndicheni Chitabane, who will speak on behalf of staff, and Mr. Nthambeleni Tobogi, and Professor Dobani Takati, who will deliver his message virtually on behalf of Univen alumni. So for now, I'll stop here.
Yeah, no, well, thank you very much. Program Director, Dr. Takaran Zaga, Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni in his absentia, University Chancellor Advocate Gumbi, all mayors present here, Vice-Chancellor and Principal Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, CIC Julia Silo Malima in absentia, all executive deans, directors from various departments, all university staff members, SRC cabinet led by the EFF Student Command, Speaker of the Student Parliament, and all members of Student Parliament, Univen students, distinguished guests, all invited and uninvited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Well, speaking as Chairman Gudani, the current president of the SRC, which is led by the EFSC, was standing here to represent 15,000 plus students who has assigned us with the responsibility of advocating for their issues here at the University of Venda. This after the result of the SRC elections which took place 2 weeks ago. Program Director were here to represent students from majority of them are following these proceedings online because they are not invited, maybe because of the venue which is too small. If it was my call to make, I would have opted for a bigger venue like Univen Stadium, which will be able to cater for all of us, both students and staff members who have been sidelined. This year marks 40 years of the existence of the University of Venda, which was established in 1982. Today we're gathered here celebrating the existence of the University of Venda. The University of Venda was established because of the vacuum of education which was created by the then brutal, inhumane government of apartheid. The then Venda Parliament of Homeland saw a need to establish this university as a way to equip black people with the knowledge of education. They did this because they loved and valued education. They did this because they knew that sustainability of economic freedom can only be achieved through education. In terms of the transformation, our university has transformed very rapidly. The first, second, and third council consisted or comprised of more than 90% of white males. As we speak today, the council of the university is dominated by the black capable leaders. Today, the university has its own radio station known as Univen FM, which is playing a huge role in the University of Venda and the surrounding communities. Today, as we speak, the university produces many alumni who are local, relevant, and global competitive. The university has produced a lot of leaders who today are playing a very prominent role in all spheres of government and in private sectors. Sitting here with so many student leaders who are products of this university, to mention a few: Ronald Lamula, Faith Mutambi, Cesar Ramatsekisa, Mandla Shikwambana, Ruzani Ludere, current SG of the Student Command, Comrade Dombo, Andisani Matelemus Mshabi, and many others. In terms of infrastructure, our university is developing and transforming some of the buildings to meet the current standard of learning. For the past 3 years, Univen was like a construction site. But now, if you move around, we can all see how beautiful is our campus. However, we believe that there's a need of increasing more lecture halls, not just lecture halls, but lecture halls which are conducive, lecture halls which has air conditioning, lecture halls with proper Wi-Fi, lecture halls which has lecturers to teach our students. Today, as we speak, the university managed to tackle the issue of residencies. As we speak now, the university managed to build many residencies which can cater for all students of the University of Venda. For that, we salute our management, led by Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni. However, as student leadership were not satisfied because in the University of Venda residences, we still have what we call TV rooms, but there are no TV rooms in such TV rooms. I mean, there are no TVs in such TV rooms. Next year when we come back, we want to see TVs in those residences. Above everything which we have alluded here, we have a crisis in the University of Venda, a crisis of lack of women leadership in the executive management. Vice-Chancellor is a male, Deputy Vice-Chancellor in academics is a male, Deputy Vice-Chancellor corporate services is a male, University Registrar is a male, CFO is a male. Does that mean that we do not have capable young female leaders who can at least form part of the executive management? Maybe hence that is the reason why management see it fit to suspend some of the SRC leaders when they rebel or when they fight against the injustice system. They do that because there are no mothers in the executive management to advise. Mothers, they care about their students. Mothers, they care about their children. No matter how you can do a mistake, they will never destroy you. They will never suspend you. They will speak with you in a way that at least you are going to learn from your own mistakes. As the university is growing, the management should also have ability to have a robust discussion with the student leadership about the direction the university wishes to take. It is of a public knowledge that there are two members of the executive management, in particular, Deputy Vice-Chancellor in academics and University Registrar, who are retiring next year. We are making a call now. We are pleading with the university that it should go and hire qualifying, intelligent African black women because they too, they are capable. In conclusion, because of time, it's unfortunate that Minister didn't make it here. But those who are close to him, send a message that he must send a message to NSFAS that University of Venda is a university too, which deserves to receive the same treatment as VETS and UJ and Stellenbosch. To date, we still have students who haven't received their book allowances. To date, we still have students who haven't not received their transport allowances. To date, we have graduates who are sitting at home without their degree certificates because your NSFAS hasn't paid for the tuition fees. To date, we are studying in dark because of the incompetence of the government, which is failing to resolve the issue of load shedding. We are going to be starting with our exams very soon, but yet we are still stuck in load shedding. The generators we have are also failing to accommodate us because of the pressure which is getting worse. Our young brothers and sisters in matric, they are going to be writing the exams next week, but they are still in dark, and yet they are expected to produce best results. Lastly, to the minister who's not here, we request an increment in NSFAS allowances, at least 2,000 for food allowances and 7,000 for book allowances, because things are very much expensive. With these few words, we wish our beloved University of Venda very well, and may it continue to grow and grow. We are patiently waiting for the 100th anniversary celebration because we know for a fact that we will be there. But we can't say the same for many of you sitting here. Thank you very much.
My children at water. Program Director, the delegation from the Minister of Higher Education and Training, our Chancellor, Chairperson of Council, our Vice-Chancellor, members of Council present, all the staff members of the university, traditional leaders, political leaders that are here, students, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for honoring our invitation to this 40th anniversary celebration. It is my pleasure to congratulate the entire University of Venda community as we celebrate the 40th anniversary. We are excited as employees of the University of Venda on this milestone and this moment in history. 2022 is indeed a milestone year for us. Since its founding in 1982, the University of Venda has become highly recognized for its innovative approaches in education and supplying employers and industry with skilled, passionate professionals. University of Venda also creates many employment opportunities to our local communities through its transparent supply chain processes. We are proud to be part of the University of Venda because we have a broad and progressive group of programs with passionate faculty staff and students who are dedicated to improving economic conditions for our communities. As a university, we have touched countless lives through 4 decades of applied learning, research, and community outreach. I am confident that we will continue to play a significant role in the advancement of education in our province and South Africa in general. Past 2 years have been very challenging for us as staff members due to lockdowns and COVID-19. But the occasions like that have been a wonderful reminder that great things are coming to this university. Although we are not able to celebrate together in person, many staff members are not here, but I'm hopeful that they are listening or watching this through our YouTube channel. It is my hope that everyone affiliated to the University of Venda takes time and reflect and take pride in all the incredible accomplishments of the past 4 decades. Thank you to the alumni, the donors, students, and the university staff, both past and present, for your hard work to make University of Venda a leader in higher education in South Africa. Once again, congratulations on the 40 years of history making. The future is bright for our university. And as employees, we look forward to working with management in support of our communities and future generations of students. 40 years, happy 40 years anniversary to the University of Venda, and I thank you.
Good morning. I don't know whether it's afternoon. Still morning, thank you, I'm correct. I'm in order, still in order. Program Director, all protocol observed. I'm greeting our traditional leaders because here I am to articulate or to tell you exactly what is the missing link in the University of Venda. Amen. Of course, it's true. We had a problem with accommodation or the land. But the traditional leaders sat together after the announcement from the first president of the Venda government independent Bantu state, when he got permission that he will be assisted by the Pretoria government. Unfortunately, the first point, they have to decide where to build the university. As it has been alluded by our principal, they wanted to build this somewhere far from here. But the national government said, you can't, we can't give you the university. The university must be attached to the Gazankul area. And our president, former president, President Mpepu, denied categorically, said, I'm independent. I don't want to be associated with any other person. So they listened to him. Now they had a problem with the accommodation and the land. When you enter the gates of the university, this university, you'll see there are 3 or more than 3 marula trees. They sat under those trees, they decided. They realized that Dimani School, Agricultural High School, was not supposed to be here. Was supposed to be built somewhere at Chifudi where the name Dimani is. You heard somebody saying towards the Kruger National Park, but that land was occupied. Thus, I was confronted with the problem because some of the outrage from the Department of Education in 1982, in April, including Wosilimera, Mudau, Inspector Ramaboya, to name the few. They came to the school here at Dimani one afternoon, and I was there. They said, we have a problem, we don't know where to build the school. I said, I have a solution. They said, a terrorist like yourself, you have a plan? Yes, I have a plan, which is a working plan. I will convince the students here, 600 students who are here at Dimani, to live here and go where they are today. I called a meeting. The meeting was very successful. As today, you see Dimani is that side, and the university is here. That was July 1982. By that time, I was here at Dimani, applied a post of superintendent after Rodwell Nefare. And then I was confronted with a problem. There's no light that side in the school where Dimani is today. And then the people who from the Department of Education said, no, we'll help you with the light in the morning, in that side when they moved to that side. I said, no, it's all right, it's okay. When we opened that side, there was no lights. I had to buy candles and put for the 300 students who were accommodated there. You know, I'm glad today to say that Dimani settled well there and the university settled well here. So they agreed to move here. Some of the students are here who were there when I convened a meeting and convinced them that if you live here, we are going to have a university. And this is the university I'm talking about. I'm not going to read a lot of things here because a lot of things have been said. But what I want to conclude with is that, you see, I'm having my attire. It means I'm running short of other attires, the belt. So I need to have that one, and I'm struggling to have it. And also the different gown. I don't want this one, I want another one. At my age, I feel humbled to add this part of the information. There's quite a lot of information here, but I decided to cut the story short. You know, knowledge without wisdom is like water in the sand. And what I am concluding with here is to say that I'm just quoting the Public Service Association. They said, we surround ourselves with leaders who believe that our primary duty is to educate ourselves and our members, leaders who are selected based on their competencies and skills to take the organization forward, leaders with intellect and integrity. Close. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our principal, program director, I'm very grateful. I will present this when I graduate for my master's. I'm a student here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the three speakers. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, I initially thought that we'll invite a group of traditional performers, but I'm told that they are not ready yet. And on that note, I would like to proceed with our program. So I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Norman Majiga from Afroshan Holdings, who will come and speak on behalf of donors and sponsors. And his address will be followed by a message from Professor Jay Shat from University of Virginia on behalf of international partners. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Majiga to the podium.
Good afternoon. Chairperson of Council, Mr. Lkheta, Madam Chancellor, Advocate Gumbi, University of Venda, Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Nthambeleni, and your entire management team, members of SRC and the entire student body, university community and all invited guests, all protocol observed. It is my privilege to share a congratulatory message on behalf of donors and sponsors on this historic 40th anniversary celebration of the University of Venda. When I arrived at this university, I never dreamed that one day I'll be on this podium delivering such a message. And on this, I applaud the university because they've got confidence on its former alumni. I was a student leader and later a staff member. The rest is history. And today, I'm standing here representing donors and sponsors. And you cannot represent them if you are not one of them. We are here today celebrating the 40th anniversary celebration of the University of Venda because of a wise decision taken by the Cabinet on the 4th of December 2002, which endorsed that some university can merge, others must close, but not this one. Program Director, allow me to quote what the former Minister of Education, Professor Kadasmal said. Open quote, "The ministry has agreed with the Council of Higher Education that while the merger between the University of the North and Medunsa should take place, the University of Venda should be retained with a new focus as a comprehensive institution, close quote. What will have happened if such decision was not taken? We won't be here today. As donors and sponsors, we are aware that the state funding of universities is inadequate. It hasn't kept pace with enrollment pressures and increasing costs of providing higher education. But as companies, we are facing economic challenges like everyone. So the little that the university receives as donation, please appreciate it, is coming for a good cause, because we recruit some of employees from here. We derive knowledge from here. Future leaders are trained here. We will do so if there's good corporate governance. And I heard the Vice-Chancellor last week on one of the TV channels alluding to that. So on behalf of many donors and business communities, companies that associated or is associated with the University of Venda, we wish Venda 40th years anniversary and Ririkai Hule. I thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We can hear you, but there's feedback. I can hear that. I can hear that.
Okay. Please go ahead, Prof.
I am looking to if it's possible for me to share my screen. Good morning to all, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I don't know how to share my screen from here.
Can you speak to the presentation, Prof?
Yes, do you know how to share my screen? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? My name is Rebecca Scharf, and I am a developmental pediatrician at University of Virginia. We wanted to say from the whole University of Virginia, congratulations on the 40th anniversary celebration. We're very excited for Univen and all that has been accomplished at University of Venda. Thank you for all your hard work on behalf of so many. I have some slides which maybe I can share with you later, since I don't know how to share them here, but I would like to say that we have been grateful to be partners with University of Venda for many years through many avenues such as education, sharing time of research, and through also community engagement. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to share with you all and learn together through the partnership between University of Virginia and University of Venda. We thank you very much for all you have taught us at the University of Virginia, for the many incredible opportunities you've given to our students, and for sending so many wonderful students to University of Virginia. And we thank you to partner together in research, in community engagement, and in developing deep friendships here. Thank you, and I will send along our PowerPoint with some photos of many wonderful memories over the years. I send my regards on behalf of Dr. Rebecca Dillingham, Dr. Grant and many others, Dr. Jim Smith and many sending congratulations of all that you have accomplished, and we are grateful for the opportunity to partner together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give the two previous speakers a round of applause. So we're now going to have an item by Dr. Colbert Mkwebo. Dr. Mkwebo, over to you. Okay, maybe whilst Dr. Mkwebo is getting ready, let's move to the next item. I would like to invite to the podium the President of Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi. Let's put our hands together as we welcome the President of Convocation.
Comrades and compatriots, this competitive world requires us to be able to intelligently adapt to constant changes. It wants us to be better learners and thinkers. It wants us to approach learning as a thoughtful activity requiring effort, commitment, and systemicity. In his song that has also landed periodic adaptation, the illustrious son of the soil, the late MJ Tlongwane said, and I quote, "Tiko ra ena I tiko ra kahle, e hanya e kurula ya tiphina," close quote. Mr. MJ Tlongwane is saying our community is a good community. We are living in peace and harmony with one another, and that we are enjoying ourselves. I would like to believe that Mr. Tlongwane was vehemently expressing these sentiments to emphasize the fact that as a people we are all made for a delicate network of relationship of interdependence, and that we are meant to complement each other, and that all kinds of things can go horribly wrong when we break the fundamental law of our being, because not even the most powerful nation can be completely self-sufficient. Comrades and compatriots, it will be unwise of me to continue without acknowledging those who have contributed to the development and to the success of our university and are no more. I pay special tribute to them because the contributions they have made and the role they have played was never in vain. Perhaps in order to hypnotize ourselves from the fond memories we have shared with them, allow me to quote Shakespeare's Macbeth, open quote, "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of our recorded times. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon stage and is heard of no more. A tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing," close quote. Mr. Vice-Chancellor, Mr. Vice-Chancellor, in one of his articles, Mr. Brutus Malada wrote, and I quote, "The purpose of education must be to produce well-rounded individuals who do not only excel,
but who are socially conscious with the urge to contribute to the betterment of humanity, close quote. I would like to believe that Mr. Malada was saying this to conscientize us that we must not only use education as a process of capital to pocket arrangements, but that we must use our education to speak on behalf of the voiceless. Madam Chancellor, seated where we are, can we really tell with such a high zest to children that are ardent for some disparate glory that the education system of our country is responsive to the plights and aspirations of our people? Has the education system of our country produced academics who can stand on their feet and speak against all forms of mismanagement of this country, or has it produced empty rhetoric individuals masquerading as intellectuals with all the talks but no action? Comrades and compatriots, as we are celebrating 40th anniversary and going beyond, let us look into those words of Mr. M.J. Hlongwane, so that as the Univen community we can continue to live in peace and harmony with one another, so that we can enjoy the goals of our labor. We can enjoy the goals of our academic excellence. We can enjoy the goals of teaching, learning, and research. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvester Mutadi, the President of Convocation. I'm told our dancers are ready. And let me now invite the group of Marende Dance to come to the stage. Let's welcome them to the stage. Kabade ngangeno phanda abantu bangwe bangababoni apha abade ngeno stage. So let's give them a round of applause. So we are now going to have a message from the representative of institutions of higher learning vice-chancellors, and this will be delivered virtually by the University of Johannesburg Vice-Chancellor and Principal Professor Chiridzima Rwara.
Good day, Duwalabuti. Growing up in the midst of the lush rolling hills and quiet tranquility of Dutuni village, my first introduction to the concept of a university was the University of Venda. I remember my mother, Wokatuchero Marwara, telling me about graduations and the wearing of gowns, and it all sounded spectacular. Little did I know that this very introduction would be the marker for much of my career a few decades later. This formidable institution, just under 5 kilometers away from my home, where I was brought up, stood out as a beacon of higher education for those of us who grew up in Venda against the turbulent backdrop of apartheid. The 1980s, in particular, when the university was formed, were characterized by much violence and uncertainty. Yet, as we dreamt of better futures and greater opportunities, the University of Venda and the diversity demonstrated by its contingent represented the hope of tomorrow and the value of higher education. It was established in 1982 when I was doing grade 5 to serve us, the inhabitants of the Venda Bantustan, but the student body demonstrated the transformation even then as students from all over the Northern Transvaal attended the institution. Although I did not attend the University of Venda, as I was afforded an opportunity to study overseas, I am cognizant that this institution still informed much of my journey. Just as we have witnessed in South Africa, the university's transformation story has been nothing short of exceptional and has represented a real sense of giving back to the community. This, I would argue, has defined the university's trajectory. On reflecting on the importance of this institution, I'm reminded of the words of Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Venda, at his inauguration. As he eloquently put it, and I quote, "Universities are the dominant producers of new knowledge. They provide opportunities for social mobility and simultaneously strengthen equity, social justice, and democracy. They are an important public institution which must assist in making contributions to our country's overall developmental priorities." Close quote. This is the very spirit of the University of Venda. It represents a commitment to this overarching South African cause that seeks to redress our unequal past while opening up access and positing real and tangible solutions. It has been an honor to witness your journey unfold over the last 40 years. I credit the University of Venda for informing many of my views on higher education in the South African landscape and the understanding of the complexities of transformation against this backdrop. Your story has been phenomenal to watch play out, and I have no doubt that the next 40 years will be even greater as we continue to celebrate your success and growth. Ndiyalibuwa Bayadanki. Thank you.
The University of Johannesburg, the future reimagined.
Thank you so much. That was the University of Johannesburg Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Chiridzi Marwara. So the next speaker is the Chief Executive Officer of University of South Africa, Dr. Petiwe Matutu. She's also going to deliver her message virtually.
Chancellor, Advocate Gumbi, Council Chair, Mr. Lecheta, Council members, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Professor Nthambeleni, University staff and students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of South Africa, University of South Africa, I'm delighted to offer our heartfelt congratulations to the University of Venda community on the celebration of the university's 40 years of existence. This is a significant milestone in the life of the university. I deeply regret that prior commitments have robbed me of an opportunity to join you in person to share your joy in this tremendous achievement. In its 40 years of existence, the University of Venda has carved out a unique and special place for itself in the higher education landscape of our country. It is a highly regarded university, nationally, continentally, and globally. The quality of its academic offerings compares with the best in the world. It is heartwarming to note the growth in the number of staff with doctoral degrees and the increase in the number of research publications over the years. This augurs well for the future of this university and its contribution to the knowledge enterprise. The growth in the numbers of doctoral graduates is worthy of celebration, as this contributes to the human resource needs of our country and continent. While some institutions might find operating in a rural setting challenging, not so for the University of Venda. The university is thriving. It has clearly identified its niche area and is distinguishing itself in these. For example, it has a special qualification, the Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, which is an important platform for knowledge generation, drawing on its vantage position. Again, given its location, agriculture is another area that is being nurtured and grown in research by the university. We commend the university for its efforts to ensure access of academically deserving students, irrespective of their personal circumstances. The university's disability unit ensures diverse and inclusive access to the university education by all students. It's a model from which other institutions can learn. Infrastructure development in this campus has secured campus accommodation for a quarter of the student body. This happened while some rural institutions were battling with building due to shortage of skills. These achievements of UNIVEN are aimed at demonstrating its responsiveness to local needs while contributing to the global stock of knowledge. There's just so much that University of Venda can be proud of. We wish the University of Venda well in its path of being locally responsive and internationally competitive. Happy 40th anniversary. Thank you for your attention.
I am Attorney Joseph Bartolata, Vice President for Administration and Finance of Bicol University, Legazpi City, Philippines. Wishing the University of Venda in South Africa happy 40th anniversary. I know you have come a long way in providing quality education to the people of South Africa. And it is our honor and pride that the Bicol University of Legazpi City, Philippines has established partnership with your university. We look forward to having worthwhile concrete projects with your university because we believe that there are a lot of things that we can achieve if we work together. Again, happy 40th founding anniversary. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Amelia Dorosan, the Vice President for Academic Affairs of Bicol University, greeting the University of Venda happy 40th year anniversary. Congratulations, and may you have more years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are now moving on with our program, and before I invite the next speaker, we are going to have a performance. Is it she? Eh? She Belan. Please come to the fore.
to one of my solo someone you solo some way why 574 make sure sister boss she bounce all my legs and then oh man I'm a gaza se danza vrenamo Mogo kana magaza se danza bako kwane oh man I'm a gaza se danza vrenamo Mogo kana magaza se danza msambe kwa Oyo mino Wangelonge Shibamu shamaleta Oyo mino Mana magada Zetamza vrenamo Oyo mino Wangelonge Shibamu shaverlimo Oyo Magana magada Zetamza vakokwane
Sisaseke ngofu. He can sing ngofu. Aiva beleni maboko. Okay, thank you so much. In his opening and welcome address, the chairperson of council indicated that we have in our midst the executive mayor of Venda District Municipality, Councillor Dorani Nenguda. So let me take this opportunity and invite Councillor Nenguda to the podium. So let's put our hands together as we welcome him to the podium.
Masiari Batwote. Program Director, Dr. Zagat TV, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Zimande in absentia, MEC of Education, Ms. Mavungururi Ramakanya, MEC of LEADET, Mr. Rogers Munama, the Deputy Speaker of Limpopo Legislature, Mr. Chitarek Matibe, Honorable Member of Parliament who is here with us, Professor Mutambi, the veteran of our struggle, Afunzi Wochenwan Farsani, University of Venda Chancellor Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, Chairperson of Council, Mr. Leheta MJ, Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, Senior Leadership of the University, Otobole bote, Panera bana bopano, na mausi abo, rekubabona umarusumwa botobele bo Chibase, botobele bo Gore Mpapuli, botobele bo Ramova, botobele bo Masia, na bangwe botobele baneranga bari nabo kati ya shwapa ndiabaresha. Esteemed academic and administrative staff members, student population and its leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, Didowapu Ndabarumelisa and Masiari, Awushin, good afternoon. Allow me to pass a congratulatory message on behalf of Venda District Municipality in this prestigious occasion, the 40th anniversary of the University of Venda. For the past 40 years, this university has served the people of Venda District with prestige and distinction. It has served its mandate beyond our expectation as a homeland and an institution for the historical disadvantaged people of this region. It has served as a source of education for many who could not have received formal higher education. Its massive educational contribution is felt in all corners of our district and beyond. Program Director, established 40 years ago, during the erstwhile Venda Bantustan regime, with a narrow aim of serving the population of this part of this country, the university has molded itself and undergone a series of metamorphoses to become a center of academic and research excellence. As Venda District Municipality, we feel proud and honored to be associated with educational institution of this caliber. Today is not the day to deliver a lengthy speech, but to deliver a congratulatory message. We will continue to support the university in its quest to provide quality education to our people. We will also work with you in your quest to provide relevant education and impart both theoretical and practical skills to our students. We will continue to partner with the university in areas like local economic development, entrepreneurship training, rural development and research, more especially in water and sanitation. Let me conclude by quoting the wise words of wisdom from the late President Nelson Mandela when he said, I open quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another." I close quote. Happy 40th anniversary to the University of Venda. We wish you all the best beyond your 40 years of existence. Ndiariwa, ndichidova ndariwa uri namna ndi product yapano ka University of Venda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Venda District Municipality Executive Mayor, Councillor Dorani Ngudi. So we are now going to have an item by Dr. Colbert Mkwebo. Dr. Mkwebo, over to you.
Moving right out of Babylon, and we're grooving out
Thank you, Dr. Mkwebo. You know, I was under the impression that he's going to give us a second song, but, no, listen here. The reason why he decided not to continue is because we are not dancing. So when he comes back, please make sure that
Executive Mayor, Bavembe District, Unenguda, na Bomera Batulamera, yeah, Borambut. Chancellor of the University, Advocate Mujankun Gumbi, Chairperson of Council, Mr. Lechete, and members of the University Council, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Nthambeleni, all professors and doctors in various fields, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Nda. I will be sharing celebratory ways to commemorate the 40th anniversary of this institution. The anniversary gives us so many reasons to be truly proud. It is an extraordinary anniversary for the whole academic community and its alumni, current and former students, staff members, past and present, and members of the rural communities. Anniversaries are opportunities to recollections of the years gone by and positive reflection for the years ahead. It is also the time of summing up and planning for the future, as John Wolfgang von Goethe said, I quote, "He who moves not forward goes backwards," unquote. As we stand in this moment, the joy of birth and the memories of years of growth and struggle fill us with pride and a true sense of accomplishment. The University of Venda national flag of higher learning stands tall with its magnificent record of delivering quality, multidisciplinary, world-class educational programs designed to empower the rural nation in a rural context. I guess the road to this happy moment has not been without its bumps. African wisdom dictates that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. We therefore believe that the University of Venda has been fortified by rough waters, and the past will overcome all turbulences it might face in the future. Over the last 40 years, the University of Venda has firmly established itself as one of the most progressive universities in South Africa. It has produced generation of bright scholars and outstanding community leaders, including the many of you here. Personally, I'm also proud of my deep and historical association with the University of Venda. Most important, I worked here as a senior admin officer in the 1989. The university is built on the Chivasa land, and we are proud of this historical and land ties. My contribution as a traditional leader on behalf of the Chivasa Royal Council was to conclude that the university be given a title deed. The Royal Council of Chivasa is always ready and willing to engage the university on further allocation of the land for research purposes. Program Director, the University of Venda comes out of the womb of the rural areas, and its development has shaped rural economies around our landscape. It has produced African scholars of note, the same trend, the oldest university in Africa. University of Makerere, which produced Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Ngungi wa Thiong'o from Kenya, and contemporary scholars such as Mahmoud Mandani. This is similar trend for here in the Eastern Cape, which produces over Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, and many others. As members of Limpopo community, we are indebted to this university. Our role is to ensure that we expand academic and epistemological access by giving potential students, rich and poor, the ability to participate fully in the University of Venda. The doors of learning at this university should remain open to every young person who is bright enough to be here, not just those who are privileged. The task of this university is to go out and search for raw potential in our rural schools and accommodate them to realize their potential. We indeed learn from our philosophers, Thomas Aquinas, that potentiality is something that may be there, but not there yet. And our student in high school offers such potentiality and are the future. We should continue to encourage the university to produce knowledge and publish in peer-reviewed journals. Every African university is ranked on its competitiveness to produce African knowledge system and that are grounded in the rural context. Over the years, the university has strived and to strengthen the quality of teaching and learning to support our students. Our students are facing the challenges and opportunities brought about technological advancement of fourth industrial revolution. The test of the pudding was during COVID, when teaching and learning had to take place remotely. As we celebrate 40 years, the past has offered experiences, and we should look at the future with great excitement. The future offers our technology, and the university should invest more in technology. This will allow students to have a wider exposure through interaction with members of local and international community. In the past 40 years, the university had conferred many degrees, masters and PhDs. Let us ensure that our programs resonate with developments in the province and the country. Limpopo Development Plan and priorities should truly find expression in your degrees programs that you offer. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, for a university that will last for generations, 40 years is but a milestone. On this happy occasion, may I join you all in wishing the University of Venda every success in its future endeavors. I salute your success and wish you the best on your journey of acknowledgement, construction, and contestations. Thank you very much.
Rolibua, thank you so much for Maira Osunga, MPK Chibase. And Vice-Chancellor and Principal, there's something that I took note of, the commitment that Bothobele has made to make available more land for research purposes. So I think this is the opportunity not to be missed, more especially when the commitment was made in the presence of so many witnesses. So we are going to follow that up. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two congratulatory messages that have been received that would like to share with you. The first one is addressed to the University Chancellor, and this comes from the Embassy of the United States of America. It's addressed to Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, Office of the Chancellor, University of Venda. Honorable Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, on behalf of the U.S. Mission to South Africa, it's my privilege to congratulate you and the University of Venda in celebrating your 40th anniversary. The growth that the university has experienced in the recent years is commendable, and the impact it has on the lives of students and graduates at all levels is significant. Our long-standing relationship with Univen has produced a number of U.S. government exchange program alumni over the years, and we look forward to many more in the coming years. We congratulate Univen on the numerous milestones and other achievements in its first 40 years of existence, and trust that the institution will continue to grow and continue to the benefit of its students, faculty, and South Africa in the years to come. Sincerely, Ambassador Ruben Ibrigi II. And the second message is addressed to the University Vice-Chancellor and Principal, and it comes from Hubei University of Technology. It's addressed to Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda. Dear Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni, it's a pleasure to congratulate you on the 40th anniversary of the University of Venda. On behalf of Hubei University of Technology, I would like to wish you all and all members a very happy celebration. Hubei University of Technology has been striving to provide international education covering various disciplines, especially in technology and engineering, and to explore collaborations into our academic and research activities. It's an honor for us to establish cooperation with the University of Venda, which is one of our most distinguished partners in Africa. As we celebrate 40th birthday, we believe that you will continue your mission of being an open university involved in a constant flow of knowledge, education, and ideas with the rest of society. And Obey University of Technology would like to cooperate with you in more fields, such as jointly establishing a Confucius Institute featured in green technology. We really appreciate continuous support and collaboration from the University of Venda in our academic programs and activities. And we look forward to continuing and strengthening our partnerships and friendship. Happy 40th anniversary. Sincerely yours, Professor Peng Yuang, President of Hubei University of Technology. So let's give them a round of applause. And Univen Choir, I'm sure you are ready. and Univen Choir. Professor Fez, I thought you'll help me to get the audience dancing. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I deliberately did not indicate at the beginning of the event that this item, the keynote address, which was supposed to be delivered by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, it's not here. But I'm glad that a number of speakers have assisted me in terms of sharing the message with you. And I'm sure by now you already know that the minister is not in our midst and he couldn't make it due to other commitments elsewhere. So in the place of the keynote address, arrangements have been made for the University Chancellor to respond to the congratulatory messages. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to invite the University of Venda Chancellor, Advocate Mujangu Gumbi, to come and handle the item.
I was just saying it's definitely not in the place of the minister. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's impossible for me to go through the list that the Vice-Chancellor went through. Otherwise, you would not eat to acknowledge all of you. But I do have to acknowledge, I have to do it the right way. Acknowledge all my traditional leaders. I see them spread out throughout the hall today. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I should just come up and really acknowledge the messages of congratulations that we received. Obviously, when I got here this morning, I didn't know that I'm going to speak, so bear with me a little bit. So one of the things that I think we should all ask ourselves all the time is why do we exist? What's the reason for the existence of these institutions of higher learning? Why do we have sponsors sponsoring these universities? Why do we have traditional leaders donating land to these universities? Why do we have students who raise the correct issues of access? And access is so many things. It's accommodation, it's funding, it's teaching and learning, all those barriers that are still with us. Why do we have the staff talking about the challenges that they went through during COVID-19? Why do we have Prof. Marwala reminding us of the struggles of the 80s? What is it all in aid for, or in aid of? Why do we have the councillor, the district mayor talking about service to the community? What is it in aid of? Why do we do it? Why do we spend so much time trying to build this institution? It must be because we want to make a difference. We want to move from one point to another. And what is that we want to change? I think in the first instance, we want to change this country so that it works better for the majority of the people. That's the first thing, but it's just about us as a country. But beyond that, and I'm glad that our traditional leader spoke about Makerere University, which has a very wide reach and has been leading on the continent around that reach. Forte, as you've said, including President Mugabe was educated there amongst the luminaries, Toivo Jatoivo from Namibia. Wide reach. Because it cannot be only about South Africa. There is no way that you are going to have an island of prosperity among a sea of poverty. It's not going to work. So we want to produce students that in the first place understand their responsibility to themselves. I always say to them, the the student leader who was here is from the EFF. I tell in particular the EFF student leadership that you cannot lead others unless you learn how to lead yourself. So we have to in the first instance, produce those leaders who are able to lead themselves, who know that we are trying to build this non-sexist, non-racial, prosperous South Africa for all people, not just for the few. But then we have to go beyond that to say we exist within a region, which is SADC, which has so many problems. And we can't, there is no way, and I'm glad that we have two MECs here from Limpopo. There is no way that we are going to prosper and expect Zimbabweans not to come to South Africa. They will tell you directly that, you know, advocate, I will bribe any policeman and I will bribe any Home Affairs official just to get my child medical attention, because I can't sit in my house and watch my child die. They will do it. They will do anything. They will cross a river full of crocodiles to get access to that medical attention. So we have to approach it differently. And these are the students that we want to produce out of this university, who understand that you cannot be this sea of prosperity, I mean this island of prosperity in a sea of nothingness. Those are the students that we want to bring up. We want to bring up students who understand. You know, you would know that there's going to be a conference, they call it COP17 in Egypt. What is this thing called a just transition that South Africa is supposed to go through? Just energy transition. What does it mean? What is this just? What is just for South Africans in that transition? Much as, you know, we've got a little money, 8.9 billion, that is being offered. What is just about that transition? Is it just for our people? Is it just in terms of jobs? Are people going to retain jobs? Are people going to be trained for the new energy mix? Are people going to prosper out of that? Who is going to benefit out of it? Those are the students that we want to produce. They need to explain this, to say, why does ESCOM not provide the service that it's supposed to provide, and what is the solution to that? Those are the students that we want to produce, not only for us. I mean, we have power failures across the continent. Recently, the Chinese Communist Party held its 5-yearly conference. And we have to watch that. We want to produce students that watch the world to see where things are going, because we are part and parcel of that international community. So if you listen to what Xi Jinping said at the close of that conference now in October, and I'm going to refer to what he said just now. He said that at present, momentous changes of a like not seen in a century are accelerating across the world. Change that has not been seen in a century, he says. He says a new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation is well underway, and a significant shift is taking place in the international balance of power, presenting China, he says, with strategic opportunities in pursuing development. And he said his party, the China Communist Party, should foster a sense of purpose, fortitude, and self-belief, so that we cannot be swayed by fallacies, deterred by intimidation, or cowed by pressure. What does that mean? I want to ask the students of the University of Venda, where is China placing itself? Can you decode that for us? And what does it mean for Africa when China does that? This is the kind of student that we want to produce. What does it then mean for the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has an intense relationship with China? Where are we going to get, there's a project there called INGA. which can produce power, green power for the whole of Africa. Why has it been stuck for decades? And we go with, our lights come on and off all the time. That can produce power for all of Africa for the next 100 years, hydropower out of the rapids in Matadi. Why has that not happened? Are these students looking at why that has not happened? And I'm going to refer to, let me see if I find it. You see, I wasn't supposed to speak today, so I have to use this phone to find things. I'm going to talk about the kind of students that we want. So now I'm going to the other superpower. I'm just going to get it right now. It's former President Obama's Morehouse speech, where he was speaking at Morehouse to tell you what kind of graduates we want to produce. And you can tell that they are responding to this one. So in addressing the Morehouse College, President Obama then quotes one of the longest serving president of Morehouse, Benjamin Mays. He says, Benjamin Mays understood that it will not be sufficient for Morehouse College, for any college, which is any university in the US, for that matter, to produce clever graduates, but rather honest men who can be trusted in public and private life, men who are sensitive to the wrongs, the sufferings, and the injustices of society, and who are willing to accept responsibility for correcting those ills. This is what the graduate of the University of Venda, this is what the graduate of the University of Fort Hare, Cape Town, UJ, must become. It's somebody who is analytical and ready to correct those ills, as President Obama was referring to. And if we don't do that, then the next 40 years are in vain. And I think this university is well placed. Vice-Chancellor, I was at the inauguration of the Chancellor of the new Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, Justice Sisi Kampepe. And the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Pretoria says, when I got here, the motto of the university was, University of Pretoria, the best kept secret. And he says, I don't know why it has to be a secret. I mean, I want people to know about what you are doing. It shouldn't be a secret. And I feel that this university should really also come of age. We heard what the university has done in the last 40 years. I think in the next 40 years, really, the sky is not the limit. We really have to commit to that. And the president of the SRC is correct that we are not going to be here in the next 40 years, maybe some of us. But students are also in university for 3-4 years maximum. They come and go. But while we are all here today, we must commit to that continuous process of producing people who will uncode the world for us and find a place for this continent of Africa. We will do the things that the Vice-Chancellor spoke about. He referred to a project that is very close to my heart, and I think my sister from the Sefako Makhatu University will confirm, because she's a doctor. So doctors have overused, globally, they have overused, antibiotics for a long time. So for a long time, most of the big global companies that produce antibiotics have been worried that our bodies are getting used to antibiotics. And it was the biggest invention in medicine. And they are worried that what's going to happen once antibiotics become ineffective. And you've seen the emergence of these drug-resistant TB, drug-resistant bugs that are coming out in hospitals. And our university, together with the two that the Vice-Chancellor spoke about, has been asked by the Medical Research Council to be part of the 3 universities that look into that. And a very important public health issue. Do our students understand that? Are they part of that? Are they participating in that? Recently, the former Deputy President of South Africa, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, called me to say, you know, she's the Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, but she says to me, I have funding for a project in machine learning, robotics, you know, IR, and I would like to place it at the University of Venda, because the culture of teaching and learning in the Venda district is very good. So she came here and she met with the Vice-Chancellor and his team to say, how do we make sure that we bring also the schools in the area in machine learning, robotics, designing robots and all that. And she felt that this university is better placed than hers to do that. And it's a challenge to come here. I'm glad that technology is assisting us, you know. So I'm saying that, you know, we need to see this asset that we have in our hands as a real great national and African asset. That's what we should do in order to understand how we catapult Africa into the global world, how Africa takes its place in the global system. And this is what this university is going to do. I am certain, even when we are gone, SRC President, this is the line of march that we hope that you, once you've graduated and you're an alumni, you would continue along the same path, that these universities are there to produce graduates that are not worried only about immediate matters, but that are going to help us. And we really thank our partners in the traditional leaders, our donors. We need more donors like that, our international partners. The US Embassy is represented here, other embassies that work with us. We want to walk this path with you. So I really want to acknowledge that partnership. Traditional leaders, government, well represented today by 2 MECs. Minister Blade Nzimane, I'll still go and see him and sit down with him. We have to convey the message from the SRC to him in person. Maybe I'll go with some of the SRC people to convey the message. But really, all I want to say is that we have heard you, and we are committing to turning this university into, together with other universities. We are not in competition. We are working together with them. And finally, Vice Chancellor, I should convey the message from quite a number of chancellors that have sent a message directly to me. The Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Rhodes, a new one in Kimberley, University Justice Maya, I think she's University of Mpumalanga, and all of them have sent emails to say apologies, and they've stated each one, some are traveling, some others, for not being with us. But thank you, our partners. We promise you, this is, as you said, Chief, 40 is but a milestone, and we are really ready to take on the next 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, University of Venda Chancellor Advocate Mjanku Gumbi. Chancellor, I thought you'll take advantage of the presence of our traditional leaders. You heard that we have in our midst Tobere Gorempapuri, Tobere MPK Chivase, Tobere Omasi, about the issue that we're talking about this morning, that every second week you find yourself here. Maybe they'll consider donating a land for you so that you can build a house here instead of traveling in and out. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Venda is a diverse institution. So we also have Sipedi dancers who are going to entertain us. So let's usher them to the stage.
Suriki the chest plate. Oh, Rava Homi, Imoshato. Rava Bonenga, oh, Suriki the chest plate. Rava Dunengi, Imoshato. Oh, Rava Bonenga, oh, Suriki the chest plate. Kamuka, Rava Dunengi, Mushato Babone Asuriki the chest pains. Oh, Abadumeli Mushato Chadi flames, hey, I can't one. Mucholo umbo chadi flames, flames. chest pains. Abandeni emushado wo. Bebabonenga basuri ki chest pains. Abafoni emushado wo. Mbone basuri ki chest pains.
That was great, eh? A very big round of applause. So this is a clear demonstration that this is indeed a watershed moment in the history of the industry of Venda. So let's give ourselves a very big round of applause. Univen Choir, over to you. Thank you so much, Union Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to invite the DVC Research and Postgraduate Studies, together with our Director, Community Engagement, Professor Nosisi Feza and Professor Bonani Nechandama, respectively, to come and facilitate the issue of toast and cutting of cake. Professor Feza and Professor Nechandama, over to you.
This is the time for us to celebrate the 40 years. But if I was listening, as we celebrate, it's very clear that we need to start thinking about our wishes, which I hear mentioning a lot. And this cutting of this cake can be done by myself and Prof. The reason we are here is, you see, we are lazy in this institution. We are by our chair of council. It will be done by our chancellor. It will be done by our vice-chancellor. It will be done by our royalties. It will be done by our SRC president. So they all need to come here and be able to cut this cake, because there is a vision in each and every one of them for the coming 40 years. And if you can look at them, you can see how this vision will work out. We need the land, we need the funding, we need to have a future, and we need to dream differently. We need to demand differently. Hence, therefore, where is the president? Yes. Where is our SRC president? Oh, there he is. So we are going, therefore, to give each and every one of you a knife.
Did you see now other people came? We have more people who want to cut. So we need to add glasses, for them. Are they not two more? 2, 4, 6, 7. You need 2 more.
Thank you very much. Do we all have the knives? Where is my Mrs. knife? Then, yes, I think so. Yes. Everyone, it is this time that we are going to cut the cake. It is this time that we all need to pay attention. We will toast, but but it is the time now for cutting the cake, because the cake thing has wishes in them. And if we do not pay attention, your wishes will not go through all these members. So it's time for us to mentally connect, send our wishes to them, because as they cut, they will be representing our wishes. It's time for you to come together and cut the cake. So let's come around. The big one. The big one. Yes, the big one. Yes. Happy birthday, Univen. Happy birthday, Univen. Happy birthday, Univen. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? 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 Hip, hip, hooray! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's time for you. Don't leave. We are toasting now. It's time for us to toast. Can we distribute the glass? It's always like that. And my nails are plastic, so they won't help me. You should have taken one of the knives. Okay. Oh yes, and yours. It is that time. Everybody, you need your glass with your wine. And can we all stand up? Advocate, here is your glass. Oh, she's bringing it. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toast for Univen. But I want us to take 3 sips. Each sip has a purpose. The first sip is for this university to be in the first 10 university in the coming 3 years as we are evaluated. We are number 15. We are number 15. So now our wish now that we are going to take a sip on, we will be in the first 10. It doesn't matter if we are number 10, but we are going to jump above. Yes to that, Univen. You can take your seat. To Univen. Univen. To Univen. To Univen. The second wish is for the students of this university to lead the political landscape that is progressive and rigorous in looking at their challenges in a different manner, so that instead of us having strikes, we work on solutions. Univen. I'm giving you a challenge. No strikes, but we solve. The last one, ladies and gentlemen. This university is not a regional university. This university is not a national university. This university is an international university with global students and global staff members. Up to Univen for globalization.
seated with only our heads. But indeed, you did your best to influence us to dance. Even the Shibelana tried, Marende tried, and everybody was just watching as if we were in a cinema where we are not allowed to move around because we need to obscure other people's views. It is supposed to be a celebration, and we are celebrating, and it has just started. You were supposed to be dancing, and I'm happy that Dr. Colbert didn't start with the music until I finish, so that you can start dancing. And whilst you are dancing, you will be eating at the same time. So don't be worried. I am here to pass a vote of thanks on this very, very, very great occasion that the university has had today. It was and it is still a wonderful time which has not yet come to an end. We have started celebrating our 40th anniversary since the beginning of the year. The university wasn't established today. Today is not actually our birthday. It's the culmination of the celebrations that have been taking place all along. And we have had wonderful times, even golf tournaments where some of us even became winners. And we are still continuing because the year has not yet come to an end. Let me, I've already thanked you, Program Director. Let me quickly thank our Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Nthambeleni, who did a wonderful sterling work of informing us of who we are. You could be wondering, why am I jumping to my land manager, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal? Yes, it is true. It's because I want him to rate me better. But I'm moving over to him because in law, when we draft documents, we do not usually repeat what the others have already indicated in a document. I'm jumping over to him because I want to incorporate all the greetings and the acknowledgements of everybody who was here and who is here, as if specifically incorporated and stated by me. Thank you all. All those things have now been incorporated, and just as he said, it's as if it was me talking and acknowledging all those people he mentioned. I am in his booth. That's why I went straight direct to him to incorporate all those. Protocol observed. Let me specifically thank our chairperson of council for welcoming us, Mr. Lefeta, and then indeed our Vice-Chancellor and Principal. The rest have already indicated. But he did tell us the tough times of our beginnings and the best times of our being today. Paraphrasing Saint Augustine, the Bishop of Africa, Augustine, the Bishop of Hippo, the African bishop, he said, sometimes in a ridicule, you may be made better. When somebody thought they are destroying you forever. When the university was started, it was meant indeed for the people of Venda to cherish the homeland system, the independence of Venda, and be isolated, insulated from the rest of Africa, South Africa. However, it
wasn't known that it was indeed the footpath of the success of the region as we are today. The University of Venda, with all those beginnings, the tough ones of being at Mingoni, prompted everyone to be the best, to compete with himself or herself, and end up conquering the world. A hand of applause for all the students who graduated from the university. We thank you very much, our VC. You took us to a great history, and it's much, much appreciated. And I must say thank you to all, the SRC president, even for informing us that there were those uninvited guests. However, you had already told us they were invited through the YouTube. We didn't know you only meant being invited into this very limited space. We thank you very much to say, those whom we didn't bring here, they're still uninvited into this space, but they were invited throughout, and everybody in South Africa, outside of South Africa, is able to witness what is happening here today. So all of them, the uninvited and invited, were invited. Thank you very much, SRC President. And let me thank Mr. Chitabane, that indeed we take pride in the achievements of this university. You really reminded us of who we are, and we are still very much proud of it. And indeed, we are producing leaders and even future leaders, as our motto so says. We thank our donors, represented by Mr. Majiga from Afroshine Holdings, for the wonderful words of encouragement. And even those who can't even hear me now, unless they're still switched on their YouTube, such as Prof. Schaff from the University of Virginia. This is one of the universities that had become one of our associates with regard to the memorandum of understanding that we signed with other outside university, outside the borders of South Africa. Virginia was one of the first. And we thank the efforts of Professor Nechandama in this regard to have made that kind of arrangement. And we thank you, my dear friend, our doctor. I'm thanking you in advance that indeed Africa will unite, and we are still going to dance. And when you sing some of your songs, don't forget that one which is about the name of my wife, Matod. I'm here and I will be happy to dance it today. We must thank our President of Convocation. When you quoted Macbeth, you reminded me a lot of things. I couldn't remember whether I was in matric or whether I was in grade, whatever you call grades. Whether Malvolio was in Macbeth or whether the three witches were in Macbeth. But your words were very touching and reminding us of who we are and how successful we can still be. And with you at the helm of our convocation, I know UNIFEC is going to be far, far away from the reach of those who may think of bringing it down. We are moving forward. Nobody will cut us short in our trip to prosperity. We thank our Prof. Marwala. He was online. Mtabatsindi wa Mtabatsindi. Musina ndebe achiwona. Waramaro wanorowa na bapire ngakondo. Rikorimu wa Mtabatsindi arashisakosika. Nende dosisikisa musiri chidalelana. Roli wanga manda maifi akutazo our encourage our nango karithabele pha University of Venda ikothabela pha. We thank you, Dr. Matutu from USAF, for your words of encouragement, and we believe the mark that the university is making amongst all the 26 universities, including itself, it's something that will not go unnoticed, for we are there and we are moving. Just in the words of my Professor Feza, that we should be in the 10. Remember, to reach the 10, you must start at a 1. So she wasn't saying we should be number 10. She was saying from the 0 and when we start with a 1 up to a 10, University of Venda will be somewhere there, either at the beginning, somewhere second or middle, or somewhere but not a 10, somewhere in between towards the 0 at the beginning. So we may be the first university. Watch the space. We thank you very much, our district mayor, Councillor Nenguta. We were impressed and you were encouraging, and we believe the university has got a mandate around here within your district municipality to establish a university town. We have already started, and we appreciate the cooperation that we are getting from the municipality. They were not coming here by default. It is because we are one family, and we believe we will change this place and it will become a university town. You will find university dry cleaners when you move around, Toyando, university car hire, university what, so that we change the environment to really reflect who we are. It's not a dream, President of the SRC, that maybe you think you are dinosaurs, we are disappearing. It is something that we live to see and will continue to survive in order to realize that kind of a dream. We thank you very much, Botobe, and the undertakings that we have even made today. And I heard the program director that in the midst of so many witnesses, we don't have to call for their signatures, that we have given more land. And this, whatever, we take it as a community meeting. So the community has already decided, everything is signed. What is left is to inform rural development that that community meeting was held, for that matter, at a neutral venue, at the university auditorium, not at your crowd. So everything was open and very clear. Everybody was invited, not even forced. They all came and they were happy, and they did give us the land. Thank you very much. And rural development, take this message. We are not going to bring minutes because it is already recorded. We thank you very much, our Chancellor. Our Chancellor has always something to tell us about. You do not ambush her. You ask her to say something you will wish. Maybe it was supposed to be her only day for her to continue to educate us. She left us with some questions and even provided answers. Why do we exist? If you bring an answer to that question, I tell you, you will do much better. She even helped to say, you exist to change the country, that it be a better place for all who live in it. And you cannot be a leader unless you know how to lead yourself. This is quite important, but what I want all of us to remain with is the question, why do you exist? If you don't get an answer, I agree, go hang yourself. Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Feza and Professor Nechandama. We became awake as soon as we got a little bit of some sips I had thought it could be a continuous thing, so that we continue sipping and becoming alive. But too much is still coming. Be awake. Thank you, Dr.
Advocate Lambani, thank you so much. Let's usher him until he reaches his seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, Advocate Nthambeleni has made it very explicit that this is not the end of it. And he also indicated, and other speakers indicated at the beginning, that we had a series of events that were intended to preface this event. And beyond this event, we are still going to continue with the celebration of our 40th anniversary. And I should also indicate that we have sponsors, and if you can check at the back of your programs, there are logos attached there. So these are the sponsors without whom this event wouldn't have been a success. And I should also indicate that we also have the different media practitioners who are sharing what is happening here with the communities outside. We have SABC television and radio, and we also have other commercial and community radio stations, including our own Uniben FM. So all these institutions and organizations deserve a very big round of applause. Thank you so much. We are now going to have a lunch, and we have 2 or 3 serving stations. So we'd like to request that you remain on your tables, and we have colleagues who will come and usher you to the serving points. And whilst we are waiting for our colleagues to usher you to different serving points, Dr. Colbert Mkwevo, Uniben Fire. Oh, and by the way, we also have Chikona dancers outside. They'll be entertaining us, and we are also going to continue with the entertainment even after this. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude for your cooperation. And it has been very easy for me to run this program. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
said it's Rastafari and nobody else who could set us free. Yes, that's why we go there. Gonna find this content. Said I'm a groove. Gonna find this content. Well, where is the Rodriguez? 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 Rodriguez, así a mi room. Rodriguez, where is the Rodriguez? Rodriguez, así a mi room. Where is the Rodriguez? 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 Those who fought for our rights,
Thank you.